Guys, I it's been a very long time since I've gone live. I have actually been out of my home for most of this year, and it made it very difficult to try to stream or do videos. Um, so I am trying to get a few things knocked out for the end of the year and the reindeer readathon, and thought instead of just sitting here on my own reading by myself, Ohan the chaotic gremlin and I would go live and do some reading sprints. I'm going to start with the Relentless Legion. This is for a buddy read with Emily and Sam, but not actually for a reindeer readathon prompt because I don't know that we're going to finish it before the end of the year. And once I get to our stopping point there, then I'm switching over to Death's End. This is for that prompt where you did the word search and you figured out the first 4 words. I got death. This will also count for my over 500 page read if I do end up getting it done for the reindeer readathon. I'm on page 70 of this one and only on page 34 of this one. So hence me wanting some company to read some of these fun sci-fis for the end of the year. Anyway, let me know in the chat if you are joining us and what you're going to us as if there's more than me. Haha. I'm a little rusty, guys. But if you are joining, let me know what you're reading, and are you participating in the Reindeer Readathon? If so, what team are you on? Hello, Lily. Reading The Boyfriend by Frida McFadden. Interesting. Are you enjoying it? And are you reading this for the readathon or just for funsies? Hello, Jen. I'm buddy reading Out of the Woods, an arc by Hannah Bonham Young. I'm supposed to be reading through chapter 9 tonight, so I appreciate impromptu sprints. Welcome, Team Candy Cane. I am Team Stalking this year. I bounce around a lot of teams every year, but it is absolutely one of my favorite readathons every year. I feel like I usually get so much accomplished with the reindeer readathon. But how is your arc? I've been trying to knock out more arcs at the end of the year. I've been woefully behind on disappeared for a second. I'm sorry. I'm working on my own book projects. Finished my book goal a week ago. Congrats. 34 books, and now on to book 36. So exceeding your goals for the year. Way to go, Lily. Hello, hope you're doing well. I am doing so much better than I was like 3 months ago, Chrissy. I hope you're doing well. I've missed everybody. I feel like I've not gotten to chat with anybody in ages. I'm done with my reading for the year. I always spend the week after Christmas and before New Year's reading fanfic. Okay, so what realm of fanfic are you in? Like, what is your fandom of choice? I like that you like hit it before Christmas and then goof off. It's like people who are really concerned about their Spotify Wrapped profile, and then they just listen to whatever they want to between after the Spotify Wrapped comes out before the new year. Team Candy Cane already finished all prompts for the readathon. Way to crush it, Chrissy. I'm always impressed at how quickly people make it through prompts for this, and a little embarrassed at how much I don't make it through prompts for this. Only on page 2, so you let me know after the first sprint. Fair. Fair, Jen. Fair. Well, so many folks reading so many different things, but I am very curious about what fanfic fandom you're going to be reading, how your arcs are going, all the reading and all the fun. So I think it's time to jump into our first sprint, if that sounds good with everybody else. And I say we can go to the top of the hour, so a little less than an hour, if that sounds good. Oh, sorry, I haven't booted up this computer in so long that everything's telling me it needs to update. So if I get really distracted, it's because yet another pop-up has popped up on me. Okay. Fixing my ticker. Um, Notification popped up at the perfect time for me, reading The Hunting Party by Lucy Foley, but finding it hard to focus. Hopefully, sprints will help. Same. I've been having such a hard time focusing, so I figured I would jump on here and make other people hold me accountable. But welcome. Are you doing the reindeer readathon too? I know a lot of folks in the chat are. I'm participating in the reindeer readathon. If so, let us know what team. I hope you're enjoying the hunting party. That's her newest one, right? Or I might be very confused. Anyway, I do have some ambiance queued up. I haven't made any new ambiance in quite a while. So we're going back to the herbology one. Let me know if this jives for you guys whenever we get back. See you at the top of the hour. Come on. Very good. Hey guys, welcome back. How did everybody do this sprint? I made myself a cup of tea because the cedar has me coughing quite a bit. Because I live in a place that even has pollen issues in the winter. But I have gotten to page 69 of The Relentless Legion. I cannot tell you much about this because it's book 3 in a what we think right now is going to be a trilogy. Um, But if you've never heard of the Divide series and you read sci-fi, you should definitely check this one out because it is incredible. Okay, let's see what everybody has been up to. Um, Chrissy is reading Challenger's fan fiction, which I definitely understand finding yourself in a very strange and unexpected fandom by following fan fiction authors. Jen had to help me with my sound coming back on when I had to re-enter the chat because my Wi-Fi hated the ambiance at first. Oops. Yeah, I love a thunderstorm. I grew up in a place that got a lot of rain and thunder and tornadoes, and now I live in a place that gets none of it. So I gravitate towards a lot of ambiance with rain sounds out of comfort. Hey, Jean. Ledge by Stacey McEwen at 67%. Are you enjoying it, Jean? Are you having a good time? Not in the readathon. Yeah, I highly recommend this readathon if you've never done the reindeer readathon before. Uh, I have really gotten some crazy reading in the month of December done through the readathon. Not this year. This year I'm just doing my best. That's the theme of this year, is I'm surviving 2024. But it's a fun time. It's a good group of people. And I highly recommend joining next year. Hey Sammy. Thank you. I threw it together in like 5 seconds. Thank you, Canva, for having something close enough to pre-made that I could just tweak. But long time no see. I know it's been so long. I've missed your face. I've missed your chatting. You are Team Mistletoe for the Reindeer Readathon. I don't know. This December's been rough for my reading. So I'm glad to not be alone in not getting all my goals accomplished this month or this year. We've only read one book for one prompt and in the middle of a second prompt, but won't be able to log them because they're out of order. No, you don't have to do them in order. The only thing that you can't do in the first go around is to do Christmas Star or whatever I've completed all the prompts, therefore I'm going to read another book of my choice, but you don't have to do them in like Comet Cupid, Donner Blitzen order. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I definitely log them out of order. Vanessa! Hello, friend. I missed your face. Hello, Jessica. What are you reading? Well, Vanessa's probably not here anymore, but I'm glad you stopped by. Thank you, Faye. I did it. So if you enjoyed that ambiance, that one is actually on my channel, and there are a few others as well. I'm hoping to have some new ones up for the spring coming up shortly now that I'm back in my own home again. Read 5 chapters. Were you having a good time? Sammy, sometimes nothing is exactly what you need to be doing. So I'm not going to judge you for it at all. Chrissy got 100 Kindle pages read. Very exciting. Jessica's listening to Red Rising while working on her first reading journal. I love a reading journal. I have missed mine because I didn't bring it all over to my parents' house. Spoiler for whenever I actually update anybody on where I disappeared off to. But for 3 months, I was living with my parents because I had to redo all the electrical in my house. Yay! And it's just hard to get solitude when you're living at your parents' house. So, but I also have to confess, I DNF'd Red Rising. Not intentionally. I was reading it and I wasn't vibing with it a whole lot and walked away and never came back. Um, I think I think from what I can gather, you just have to get through the first one and then they get better, but life is short to have to get through it. And I have never gone back for it. Oh, you and Vanessa are buddy reading Ledge. That's fun. I love a buddy read. Love a buddy read. Team Snowflake, no stalking today. Except for me. I'm the sole stalking representative. Yeah, definitely know how to do them in order. That was my thought. I've done it for so many years. This one came out during the tarot readathon. And I put up a couple at the same time, so it's pretty easy for that one to have gotten a little hidden. Um, but I like it. Yeah, I tried to vary them up a little bit. That one has some like gardening sounds, like dirt and some creaky wood, because you're supposed to be out in a garden shed. So I try to vary it up at least a little bit, without it being too distracting. But what is too distracting when it's all on a really relative and super personal scale? So I'm glad to hear you enjoy it though, because that's the one I tend to gravitate towards the most myself. Sorry, my tea's still too hot. Thank you. Okay, so what, if you are participating in the Reindeer Readathon, what has been your favorite book so far that you have logged? That I'm kind of curious about because I know everybody's reading different things at different paces. I know one of the books that I logged this time around, I think most people participating have logged because I read Nightmare Before Christmas. And I feel like at least half of the readathon was reading that one. So I picked it for social media, made me read it. It felt super appropriate. Can't even remember what all I've read so far. Let me pull up my list. So that one I read for Dasher. His social media made me read it. Vixen, I read The Orc and the Innkeeper because spoiler, this this year I have been, or at least this like last quarter of the year, I have been disassociating really hard with small town monster smut books. Like small magical monster towns with sexy times ensuing. So I read the Haven Ever After series and then this one, which is a new series. I just started it with this book and I can't think of the name of it. Elderberry Falls, maybe? Something like that. Um, 10 out of 10. Highly recommend if you enjoy small town romances or monster smut. It's a really funny time. I had a good time. Then for Comet, I read I'll Have What He's Having, which is a book that ends in the last digit of my birthday. For Cupid, a book from an author that I already gave 5 stars to. I did the arc of the new S.A. Barnes book, which is Cold Eternity. If you liked Dead Silence but didn't like Ghost Station, you will probably really like Cold Eternity. I liked all of them. I think Cold Eternity has now become my second favorite. It definitely took over Ghost Station in the ranking order, but did not usurp Dead Silence for me. Those are sci-fi horror novels. That one comes out, I want to say, at the start of April. So that one has a little bit more body horror. It's much faster paced than Cold Eternity, probably a little bit faster paced than Dead Silence. But from what I can tell, it looks like it's in the same universe as Dead Silence because it does mention some locations from the first book, which I found very interesting. I liked that touch. But that's all I've read so far. And then this isn't even for a prompt because we're not going to finish it in January. So we'll see what I end up doing here. But what has been your favorite read of the readathon so far? Yeah, not being in your own home can dampen creativity. Did you deal with that for this year, as you've been cat sitting for your brother a lot this year? Oh yeah, that's man, how's he traveling so much? I'm kind of jealous. I've just been living with my parents. It's been killing me slowly in my soul. But at least you get to spend some time with a really cute cat. Just finished Rewitched and loved it. Also, Teller of Small Fortunes and Shorefall. Actually, a really good reading month for you. Way to go, Jessica. I have heard of none of these books. I'm assuming that they're probably fantasy, if I'm not hearing anything at all about it, because that's a genre I tend to miss out on titles for. Bewitched. Curious. Oh, nope, nope, nope. With that thumbs. Oh, cute. This one looks super cozy. Rewitched. Actually, it looks like a lot of people's book journals, the cover of this. Tell me I'm wrong. That looks like a lot of people's shelfie setup. I'm not mad at it. Teller of Small Fortunes. Yeah, you had a lot of cozy, cozy, cute covers in here. You're cozy girly. I like it. Oh, this is less cozy. This is the one I thought I'd heard of, but yeah, it's because it's part of the Founders trilogy. I didn't even realize that whole series was out already. I'm so behind. Thank you, friend. It is definitely AI generated, that background. Thank you, Canva. Dead Silence was really good. I enjoyed all of her stuff. Like I said, Cold Silence is now number 2. But um in part, the reason that I didn't enjoy Ghost Station quite as much as I had hoped for is because the backstories for the two main characters was really similar for me. And that kind of took me out of it a little bit. This one is very different in terms of backstory, all of that, the characterization, the threat that they are facing, the relationships. It's very, um, honestly, frankly, it's kind of like the Minotaur in Labyrinth vibes, but in space. Um, yeah, very isolated, creepy, less horror edging than Ghost Station gave us. My Vixen book was The Night She Disappeared by Lisa Jewell, and that was your favorite. Very nice. Which one was the Vixen prompt? I do not have these prompts memorized by any stretch of the imagination. Vixen. Oh, the book you didn't buy. I like that. You read it for your in real life book club. What did everybody else think of it in your book club? Because my in real life book club gets real sassy pants when we disagree about a book. Bigger on fantasy, Rewitched and Teller are more cozy. Shorefall is the Founders trilogy by Robert Jackson Bennett. Mostly fantasy. You know, I feel like I'm massively in the minority in the bookish community online because I am not mostly fantasy. But that's the beautiful thing about the online community is that we all have different reading styles and backgrounds and preferences. And I get to learn about so many things that I wouldn't typically ever hear about or pick up. And I found some books that I really love that if left to my own devices, I never would have picked up. So that's one of the reasons that I really love BookTube and Bookstagram and all of those varieties. Because I think is TikTok dying? I don't know. I'm trying really hard now that I've left the cable news Thunderdome that is my boomer parents' house. Uh, Trying very hard to avoid the news as much as possible right now because I couldn't for 3 months. during the election season. I survived. I survived. Okay, guys, what do we think? Up for another sprint? Do we want to do 45 minutes? Do we want to do an hour? What are we thinking? Because we can read to the next top of the hour for 45, or we can read to the next 15 for an hour. We can go real crazy and do like an hour and 15 if we want. I don't know. What are you feeling? Long, short, in between? Faces 45. You have a main book and a bonus book. The Lisa Joel is a bonus, so barely anyone read it. Our main book was The Hunting Party by Lucy Foley, and we all collectively hated it. You know, somebody's reading that book right now. Who's reading that book? Am I crazy? Somebody's reading that book, exactly. Did I make that up? Well, if somebody is reading Lucy Foley, I hope you're having a better time with it than Chrissy did. Yeah, it was Faye. I knew somebody was reading it. Well, hopefully you have a better time than Chrissy and all of her book club friends. I mean, people love books that I legitimately hated, so, and I've loved books that other people have legitimately hated. Again, different strokes for different folks. Okay, we're going to do roughly 15-ish or 45-ish. Just here for the Snowy New Year's vibes. Excellent. Okay, I will see you guys at the top of the hour. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I was getting texts from some friends and got slightly distracted at the start of that sprint, but I did get to page 114 of the Relentless Legion. My stopping point for my buddy read is 165. So I am nearing the point where I switch to this brick. I can probably do it in another sprint if I behave myself. It's starting to get really good, and I have the sense that when I get to our assigned stopping point, I'm going to be mad that I have to stop. That's the vibe I'm getting right now. And I don't know how this particular book is going to end, but I know that I don't want this series to end, and she has not gotten confirmation on a fourth book yet. So I'm pretty sure she will have written this one to feel like a conclusion, even if she still has more story to tell. And I'm scared. I'm afraid. Protective circle around Rake and Cavalon and Jaqen and Mesa and all my babies, actually. I love everybody in this book so much. They sweet, precious babies. Hey, Jessica. I haven't done sprints in a while because my life has been absolute chaos, but I do sprints occasionally. And now that I'm finally back home again after 3 months of being out of my house, I should be doing them much more often. I'm really excited to be back and sprinting. So if you are subscribed, you'll get notifications. Usually I try to give people more notice than the 15 minutes I gave today, but here we are. Listened to 2.5 chapters and made dinner. What were you listening to, Jessica? Do I remember? I don't, because life is just a big mess. Oh, yes, Red Rising. Is it getting any better for you? Where are you? I made it out of like the first part and got fairly bored and just moved on with life. 61% into your fourth wing reread. Very excited. Isn't the third book coming out soon? Ish. I feel like they've been talking about the midnight release when I've been at the bookstore lately. Like they're talking about who's working it and making sure everything's ready to roll for it. Unsurprisingly, I have not read any of these books, But many people in my life have. So I have some vague knowledge of when the books are coming out, and that there are dragons with colors, and that most people liked the first book much more than the second. These are the limited pieces of information that I know about Fourth Wing. Dragon colors and second book syndrome. You read 2 chapters, Sammy. Good job. I'm proud of you, friend. Didn't get distracted that time. We did good. We did good, friend. What are you reading, Sammy? Did you say? Did I completely forget? I'm very curious now. Did the dishes and read 3 chapters? Are you having a better time with the hunting party um than others? I hope you're enjoying it. The Afterlife of Holly Chase. So you've done 2/3 of your reading just in our sprints on this book. That's impressive. I think you should go with you've read 2/3 of what you have read of that book during that sprint because you're so insanely impressive. I'm here to hype you up, Sammy. Book 3's out January 21st. That makes sense. It felt like it was imminent, that it was happening soon. If only for the bookstore employees that I hear talking about, crap, I have to work that night. Oh, so many things are popping up on this computer because I haven't logged in on it in so long. I must just be under halfway. There's some things about the writing that are bothering me, and it feels like it could have been 3 times longer to describe everything better. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like yes, but also I didn't want it to be longer. I only made it as far as the kid's wife dying and him finding the resistance group, or the resistance group finding him. Which happens pretty early on in the book, and I don't feel like I've ruined anything there for anybody, but you've definitely passed me in that. I did not make it nearly as far as you have. And I also don't like the Hunger Games, and I know that the first book is very reminiscent of the Hunger Games, so maybe I just wasn't going to vibe with it ever. But I have heard book 2 and beyond are very different energies. It's not the best thriller I've read, and it's not the worst one that you've read this week. You've read a worse thriller this week? How many thrillers have you read this week, Faye? I'm curious. Faye's just crushing thrillers Christmas week. I'm here for you, Sammy. Always. In all things. I'm your personal hype girl. It changes quite a bit. I'm in the Hunger Games part at the academy he's at. Yeah. Couldn't even make it there. I couldn't even make it to the Hunger Games part. Eventually I might try to pick it back up. Eventually. I tried to do it during Galactic-thon. Only because I knew how many people in my life wanted me to read it. And I disappointed them all because I couldn't finish it at the time. Hey, Joanna! How are you, girl? Hey, girl, hey. What are you reading? What team are you even on for the readathon? I feel like I should know, but I have not paid attention. Got ready for bed during those sprints. Is it time for Mimi's? Bedtime for Bonzo? Well, hopefully you have enjoyed your time with us. I'm not sure if you're going to stick around for the next sprint or beyond, but we're glad you could join us. I read Ice by Linda Howard on Christmas Day, and it was kind of bad. Still had a good time. Oh, no. See, I read The Nightmare Before Christmas on Christmas Day, and I had 0 complaints. It was a silly, goofy time. a little confused as to the premise of the sequel, only because they were trying so hard to make a different relationship happen in book one, for this particular character, but I'm along for the ride. I'll do the second one happily. Oh no, tired. Team Candy Cane and reading Vicious by V.E. Schwab for slaying it. Of course, you're already crushing all of them. You've already gone through all of the prompts. Should not be surprising to me in any way, shape, or form. You are a beast when it comes to readathons, girl. How much longer am I sprinting? Probably for a while. I'm not tired, and I need to read. So I'll definitely be on for at least a few more sprints. The next one coming up is definitely not going to be the last. So as long as people are hanging out and I am able to get some reading done, I'll be here. I got no plans tomorrow except going to the post office. So yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas was really cute and very different from what I gather of her other work. It's a very strange dogleg to go from fantasy to holiday romance with little skips in between, but I'm digging it because I like the banter. The banter was good. It's a fun time for what it was. It's a silly, goofy time. Silly, goofy time hanging out with commercialized holidays vying for power or joy, whatever the case may be. Mwah. Not going to stick around. You have work tomorrow morning, so you can't be up till late. No, completely understand, Chrissy. We're glad you were able to be here for a little while and hope that you got some good Challenger fanfiction reading done. Oh, I need to go to the grocery store so badly. My tea has no milk in it. It's a sad day. Okay. So what are we thinking, friends, Romans, countrymen? Do we want another 45? Do we want an hour? What are we feeling? What are we feeling? Also, can I tell you that I have been weirdly obsessed with the actor Walton Goggins this year. I have always really enjoyed him. I think he reminds me a lot of Sam Rockwell, where he's just like captures your attention when he's on screen. But I got bitten real hard by his character in Fallout. There's something weirdly sexy about him as a monster, probably because I read monster romances. We're not going to analyze it too much. But lately on social media, he's been hyping up this company that he founded that feels like a prolonged Saturday Night Live sketch. Like it doesn't feel real, and yet he is deadly serious because he has created the Walton Goggins goggle glasses that are both ski goggles and sunglasses at the same time. And all of his marketing efforts for it are deeply unhinged and weird. If you go to the website, the descriptions are absolutely absurd and hilarious, and I can't get over how weird this business venture is, and I need other people to experience this with me. Hiss down for an hour. Everybody's saying an hour, so we'll read to the next 15. Need to read, plus Libby is going to take away these books in 2 days. No, not Libby Chicken. Do you do it on your phone or on your Kindle? Because if you read it on your Kindle, you could turn it on to airplane mode and it can't take the books from you. Just saying. Okay. Hour. We shall do an hour and some change because I don't want to create a new banner. Okay. Kindle. Yeah, Sammy, turn it on to airplane mode. It can't take your books. You can keep them, hoard them like a dragon. Okay. I will see you guys at the 15, which is going to confuse exactly a half a person who shows up in between now and 10:15. So. Bye. Welcome back, everybody. How was that session for you guys? I got to my check-in point in the Relentless Legion. So that was page 165. There's some interesting stuff going on right now. And I can't wait to talk about it with Emily and Sam because this is part of our buddy read for this year because we've read a different sci-fi book every month together. Though we have failed to do all of them for every month. I will say we've definitely skipped a few. But this is the series that actually started us buddy reading together, and I'm excited to see what they think about some of the stuff that has happened. And then I started back into Death's End. I'm only at page 80. But I'm at a really interesting part that did appear in the Three Body Problem TV show. So if you have watched the Three Body Problem TV show and have not read the books, please know that it does include stuff all the way into book 3. Because the books bounce around between present day and the future through the Trisolarian crisis. But the TV show tells it chronologically. So basically everything that happens in the now time in the books, they put in the first season of the TV show. So you do get stuff from book 2. And right now I am in some stuff from book 3, specifically the stuff from book 3 that in the TV show made me cry my eyes out like a little baby. Because this really dense sci-fi series has made me both cry in the written version and the TV show version. And I'm not ashamed of that. It's really, really good. Okay, so let's see what we got. We have Catherine who showed up. I'm not sure if you're still here, Catherine, but I hope that your bookstore visit yielded some really lovely historical romance stepbacks for you. And then Steph stopped by. Hello, Steph. I hope you got to see Ohan while you were here. He did make a brief appearance, but they've both abandoned me now that I'm talking. Read one chapter and talked with your mom. I hope you enjoyed. The Wi-Fi said, haha. Not sure if what's going on with the Wi-Fi right now. Watched a couple of BookTube videos and read 4 chapters of The Hunting Party. Is it still better than the ice one that was making you miserable on Christmas Day? What was that one called? Ice! Haha! Look at my memory. Go, Elizabeth. Hopefully you are enjoying it more than the other one. Excuse me, guys. Like I said, we've got some mountain cedar causing a ruckus in my lungs right now. Trying very hard to keep it as allergies and not a cold because I'm wanting to enjoy my time off. I'm off until after New Year's Day, and I just want to rot with books and enjoy my time and not get sick. Wish me luck. Still better, but you've enjoyed the vibes of both. I like that they're both very wintry vibes. They're giving the season. I mean, any place other than South Texas, where I am, where it was 70 degrees today, at least. What was the temperature today? I barely left my house. Yeah, it was a high of 81 today. A lovely December day. But it might rain tomorrow. Looking forward to that. We don't get enough rain. But it's still hot as balls down here. Can't win. Had enough Red Rising. And switched to The Christmas Tree Farm by Laurie Gilmore. That sounds like it's going to be a better time. Are you going to come back to Red Rising, or is this a I've had enough for now or I've had enough period? I want to know if you're on the abandoning Red Rising train that I have inadvertently joined. I'm curious. Again, someday I might pick it back up. I'm not going to make too many promises. But I have several videos that I need to film and edit for you guys now that I'm back home. I have my LA vlog, which was barely a vlog, but I do need to edit my LA trip. I have an unhaul and haul. I need to do best books of the year. I've done 0 wrap-ups all year this year. I don't know what is wrong with me. Well, I know it's been wrong with me. My life has been absolute chaos between my health, my mother's health, my house's health. It's just been a lot. But if there's anything in particular you're in the mood for, let me know, because I have a ton of time and I need to catch up on some content for you guys. So it's gonna be positive 9 Celsius. I know 0 is 32 Fahrenheit. Oh, 48 degrees. Okay. I wish it were that cold. It's been very warm. I think I'll finish Red Rising, but this evening called for a cozy romance. 'Tis the season. Yeah, totally with you on the cozy romance vibes. I mean, I do see a Cat Cafe Christmas sitting right over there. I could get to that, but I'm determined. I want to finish this series in 2024. I also think this is going to help me hit my goal for series I finish in 2024. So definitely excited about hitting some goals, because this year everything just kind of got thrown up in the air and I'm ready to be successful in some things. Oh no, why are we laughing? Oh, 'tis the season. Yeah, not at all a romance. Although there was something quite romantic in the second book that did make me cry my eyes out. So I doubt it's going to be in the TV show. If it is, I think Netflix owes me a therapy bill. But I kind of think they owe me a therapy bill for canceling Chaos after 4 weeks after it dropped, because that show was perfection. And I'm going to be bitter about the fact that it's already canceled until the day that I die. If you haven't watched Chaos, please do not let it being canceled dissuade you from watching it. It is the most unhinged Jeff Goldblum performance of his career. It is beautifully done, and while left slightly open-ended, could stand as a standalone, and you won't feel like you've not gotten answers by the end of the season. But it's all Greek mythology retellings, but we've always known that the Greek gods were real, and everybody hates Zeus. They're all out to screw over Zeus, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. But I am a Greek mythology girly. I got my first copy of Edith Hamilton's mythology in the 4th grade for Christmas, in fact, because I asked for a book about Greek mythology for Christmas, and my mother went into town and went to a Barnes and Noble, and that is what they sold her without asking what my age was. Uh, and I used that book in college as a textbook, my same copy. I still have my same beat up copy from the 4th grade. It's the oldest book in my personal collection, and I love it dearly. Oh, again, so sorry about the cough. But I'm hoping to get a decent chunk into this. These are tour pages. And what I mean by tour pages, these are actually both tour, but this book is so much bigger than a normal book. and the font is so small compared to another book. And there are footnotes. Uh, so I know it's going to take me a while to get through this bad boy. And my bookmark just flew out, but I knew exactly where I was. Go me. It ended on my last chapter ended on a banger of a line, so it wasn't going to be difficult for me to find where that was again. So what have I missed in the last few months of BookTube? Have there been any like banger books that everybody picked up? Any scandals? I feel like there's usually a good scandal. Um, but other than like literature sprints and some Patreon sprints, I've been pretty MIA. And Sarah, I've been keeping up with Sarah's sprints, but I feel like I've missed a lot of stuff. I'm gonna switch to Full Throttle by Joe Hill for the next sprints. I'm on the short story Mums. So is Full Throttle all short stories? I feel like I've heard of this one, but I also feel like maybe I've heard of a smutty book with the same title as Full Throttle. It's very likely. This horror? Yeah. Fun. I've been reading a lot more horror lately. Um, because I think it's one of those scenarios where something absolutely ludicrous that can make your heart pump that's not your real life can help distract from the things that make your heart go pump 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 in real life. So I've definitely been enjoying some horror lately. I've really enjoyed um I read it during tarot readathon, but Into the Drowning Deep. Really, really enjoyed that. Also really enjoyed Cold Eternity. Um I've read more horror than that recently, but my mind just went a complete blank. But I want to pick up some more horror here in the new year because it's just really been vibing with me lately. We have a horror author that got a lot of buzz a couple of years ago who lives locally, and I constantly run into him in the bookstore. So because he comes in and just does signings, he comes to other author events, he just comes to shop. Very nice man, amazing voice. Like I would listen to his books on audio if he narrated them. But I've never read any of his books, so I want to pick up Johnny Compton. I think he did Spite House, and then something about the devil was his most recent one. Last time we chatted, he said he had another book that he was finishing, and then a couple of short stories that are going to end up in anthology collections were the things that he was working on right now. I also, while I wouldn't necessarily consider it horror, I read The Vampires of El Norte in one day. I really enjoyed that one more than I expected to. It was very, very interesting. Um, And if you haven't read Ascension and you enjoy thrillers and science fiction, whoo, that book messed with my brain. Um, like all I could think of to describe it is mind f. Like it is such a mind fuck of a book. In the best way. And then I had to stop reading. Max Brooks had a novella or like a short story come out this year called Tiger Chair. Um, and it's maybe 50 pages. I think it was an Amazon original, and it was about it was like letters home from an occupying soldier from China in LA in a futuristic war where China has invaded the US. And I started reading that during the election, and I couldn't finish it. I still haven't been able to go back and finish it yet. It really stressed me out. Some of them have been excellent. I love that. Because that's for sure the risk with short story collections is that some of them are absolutely amazing and some of them you're like, why did this even get published? Why is this in this collection? So they're never all hits. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. Ascension, yes. Ascension is by Nicholas Binge, who is a British science fiction author. He's got another book coming out next year I'm very excited for, but Ascension is basically all told from found letters. It's a man who has found this collection of letters from his brother that his brother was writing to his niece, this man's daughter. And he doesn't know the truth behind the letters, but wants to put them out as the last vestiges of his brother's memory as his brother has died. He finds his brother in an insane asylum, and that's where he finds these letters after he'd been missing for like 30 years. And these letters talk about an expedition that he went on to a mountain that appeared out of nowhere in the Pacific Ocean. And it's just wild. I read it with Sam and Emily, and I'm so glad that I had people alongside me reading it with me so that I could just continuously go, what the fuck? What's happening? This is absolutely insane. There were two other folks at the bookstore that I tend to frequent who also read it, and every so often, still to this day, I read it back in like April. To this day, every so often I will be there having a coffee or something at the bookstore, and one of them will walk by me and just be like, Ascension was such a mind fuck. It's like, yeah, it was. So, yeah, if you haven't heard of it, I think it fell kind of under the radar. It was so interesting. I also really just enjoy sort of found media stories, which I think is one of the reasons why I liked De-Evolution so much by Max Brooks, was that sort of found journal content was really engaging to me. Also, I did that one on audiobook, the De-Evolution one, and Judy Greer does the main voice, and she was perfect. She was an incredible narrator. So if you haven't read De-Evolution, try it on audio. Yes, thank you. I've run into a lot of folks who either will not read De-Evolution because they think that the premise sounds very hokey, which I get. Fair point. Sounds a little funny. He is Mel Brooks' son, so he's going to have a little humorous bent in him no matter what. But it's so good. People either don't want to read it or they didn't like it. And I don't know why, because I was so engaged. I was so on the edge of my seat. There's so rarely a time when I am doing an audiobook just as an audiobook and not dual reading between an audiobook and a physical book, like immersive reading, where I will just sit and listen to an audiobook without having anything else going on. But I hit a point with De-Evolution where I just needed to know what was going on. And I sat and I listened in silence in my living room to that book because I was so enraptured and enwrapped and engaged. That might be the word I'm looking for. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes my heart so happy, Faye. It was such a good book, and I hope that I'm glad that you enjoyed it. But I think if you enjoyed De-Evolution, you're gonna enjoy Ascension. They're not the same book by any stretch of the imagination, but it uses some similar storytelling devices. Yeah, I think you're gonna like it. It's an interesting one. But even though we didn't make it through all of our buddy read plans for this year, I know Emily and Sam and I have already picked out our 12 books for 2025. We're hoping that we get through all of them next year, but we'll see. You know, it's gonna be it's gonna be what it's gonna be one way or the other. But we're starting with You Sexy Thing by Kat Rambo. Everfair of Monsters and Planes, Mickey 7, Dissolution, which is the next Nicholas Binge book that's coming out, The Last Gifts of the Universe, The Mercy of the Gods, which is the new James S.A. Corey series that just started, Service Model by Adrian Tchaikovsky, who's the same guy who wrote Children of Time, which I need to finish that series because I freaking love those space spiders. I'm a space spider girly. The Atlantis Gene by A.G. Riddle, Manhunt Womb Season, and Cascade Failure. So we tried to get a different mix. We had a lot of really chunky books on our list this year, and so we tried to balance some shorter and longer books. But yeah, that's what we're looking at this year. And the Cat Rambeau book is the U6 thing, the one we're starting with, I think is under 300 pages. So nice, quick, jaunty little read to get the year started. But this is our final book of the year. And if you've never heard of the Divide series, it starts with The Last Watch, and the premise is kind of like the Night Watch. I think that's what they're called in Game of Thrones, where it's a bunch of soldiers who are out watching for an enemy that hasn't been seen in hundreds of years at the edge of known space. So they're literally at the edge of the universe, and beyond it is nothingness. But they think that this alien monster had come from the nothingness hundreds and hundreds of years ago to destroy them. They've been completely wiped out, so they think, but they still have these ragtag soldiers who have done something little wrong, and they're essentially being punished by being out at the edge of the universe. Go out there, and then basically the king of the universe sends his grandson, who's been misbehaving out there, and they discover that the universe is actually slowly and more quickly collapsing in on itself. And they're out there with no real engines, no way to get home. All of the gates that connect like subspace together are shut down, and they've got hundreds and hundreds of people across dozens of ships. It's just so good. And then J.S. Dews also, I believe, writes screenplays. So a lot of her work reads very much like a film. Like you can kind of picture everything happening. So this was her debut series, and this is, as far as we know, the last book that's kind of come out in this series. But she also has a standalone that was called Rubicon, and that one was so interesting because that one is humanity fighting against a mech enemy that's keeping us sort of locked into our own solar system that's dying. So we're trying to find a way around them to escape our system, and to be able to thrive on other planets, but they keep coming and decimating us. And we've found a way to basically copy the brains of soldiers and re-embed them inside of new bodies. And so we're following Valero, who's our main female character, who is in her like 98th body when we first meet her, because she's been killed and reborn so many times. So good. That's also one I would recommend on audio, because that's done by Eunice Wong, who I adore her narration style. She did that one. She did Vera Wong's Guide. I don't remember the full name of that one, but the Vera Wong murder mystery. And then she also did the Mountain in the Sea by Ray Naylor, which I adore that book too. That one was so good. Okay, I just ranted about random sci-fi for a little while. What are we feeling? How do we feel about another sprint? Are we thinking 45 or an hour? I'm good with either. What do we think? Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna either works for Faye. I think I'm gonna give us an hour. Because hilariously, I already have a read till 40. So let's read for an hour, and I will see you guys on the other side. Oh, was the moon? Was the mountain? Um, read probably like 40, 30 pages, it looks like. Um, and I just got into the future portion of the last book in this series, and it's throwing me for a loop pretty immediately. I got through a section that I thought they had made more emotional for the TV show. Nope, just as emotional in the book. Um, so I had my heart ripped out and then immediately went into a like weird futuristic Donner Party situation. So really starting out with a bang for this final book in the Remembrances of Earth series. Um, no, not Siri. Not Siri. Series. Oh, sorry about the strangeness with the ambiance. I wasn't hearing it, so I switched ambiances and then um, it worked again. So I can switch back to the other one if we would prefer that. Because this one is actually only an hour and was right at the end when we switched back over. Hey Desi, welcome, welcome, welcome. So you're doing a bookcase refresh, really exciting. I can't wait to see it. I'm finishing the last Gold Rush Ranch book from Elsie Silvers. See, this is something that happened in the book community that I definitely missed. I have not read any of these cowboy romances, but I did just get done and dusted from the Roomies Digest Secret Santa Book Exchange that they did with their Patreon members. So excited to take a late journey through the cowboy romance world. But hope you're enjoying it, Desi. 75 pages of the Christmas Tree Farm. Quick and cute. Sounds like it is exactly what you needed. Some quick and cute. As you were reading something much. Oh, yeah, you were reading Red Rising. That's not quick or cute. So I'm glad that you're enjoying the Christmas Tree Farm. I actually went to an author talk right before Christmas for Helena Greer, maybe? I can't remember her last name, but she wrote a sapphic holiday romance series that's kind of playing off of traditional Hallmark movies. Um, Season of Love was the first one. She has 3 in the series now. But it all takes place at a Christmas tree farm. That's the point I was trying to get to there. Sorry. Only read half a story. You had to go get snacks. But what snacks, Faye? Inquiring minds who have no snacks would like to know what snacks you're snacking on. I ate, although it's about 10, about to be 11. I don't usually eat at these times, but I was hungry, so you ate. I don't fault you for that at all, Sammy. If I had food in the house right now, I would be eating. And there's a small part of me that is thinking about making ramen just because. So I feel you. And you read one more chapter. See, you're still churning out chapters though, Sammy. You're still churning out some chapters. I don't know. I don't know how much longer I've got in me. Probably just one more. But this is getting real messed up and I want to keep reading and I have a hunch that I'm just gonna keep going and it might be a late night of me and Death's End. It's one of the reasons that I kind of put off reading this book is that either A, it wasn't going to be something I enjoyed, which can happen at the end of a series that you end up disappointed, or B, that I would get so engrossed that I'd end up reading half of a 640-page book in one sitting. And of course, I decided to do this late in the evening. So that's on me. I'm bad at this. Hi, Lulu. The old lady cat's over here. You just can't see her. She's back here. See, you can see a little bit of the old lady. Old lady cat. You come say hi? Oh, old lady. She's thinking about it. She might come say hi. Dry cereal. Hey, top tier snack. Oh, there she is. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. She's letting her moment shine, I think. She's going to hang out here on the arm of the chair for a little while, and she's probably going to fall off. She's almost going to be 14 and not the most graceful old lady in the world. Yeah, they were really cute. The most recent one just came out. Like, have cute covers and stuff. I haven't gotten a chance to read them though, but she was lovely. She lives in Texas, and works as a private school librarian and also teaches high school sex ed. But because private schools they can do that, whereas public schools in Texas can't. But she was originally a poet, so it was very interesting hearing her perspective. And yes, it is. Technically, it's a hollow taco unicorn skin taco. Because it's probably can't see it. I'm probably too well lit. But they're iridescent flakies. This one was Aurora unicorn skin. As I have been bored and painting top coat on my nails. Fun iridescent top coat when I need a mental break from the books that I'm reading. Oops. But it's really pretty. If you've never done the iridescent top coat, I recommend. My nails got really damaged because I went way too long before getting the gel polish taken off, and my nails had grown super, super long, and it was on my natural nails, and everything broke. So I was really just putting top coat on to protect them a little bit more. So yeah. Lulu's just sitting here purring. I think it's because she can't see her brother, so she can pretend he's not there. She doesn't like having a brother. She's just here, purring her little head off. Being a good fat old lady. Ooh. Very nice. The Crimson Void's very pretty. I think I only ended up getting one unicorn skin when I bought it, which I regret because honestly, I really enjoy the unicorn skins almost more than the hollow toppers. Because they just make everything feel a little otherworldly in a really fun way. But I've also been getting like iridescent chromes from my nail salon when I've gone recently, which are really, really fun. It's not quite a duochrome. It's more like a unicorn skin chrome. Reminds me of either pearls or beetles. They're very fun. So, what is everyone thinking for 2025 goal setting? Are there any bookish goals that you're wanting to set for yourself this year? Some things that you want to achieve? I know I'm probably not going to actually hit my 2024 reading goal, but it's the same goal I make every year. So I'll still be setting my 75 book goal. I also want to set some goals around my participation in readathons. I also want to set some goals personally around hosting more sprints and being more consistent with content, because this year really blew my content making completely out of the water. So I want to try to set some realistic goals to get me back into the groove, and spending some time with you guys. So just curious as to what you guys are setting for goals for yourself as my cat is demanding booty pops at 1 a.m. Trying to make your nails look like dragon skin. Yep. Unicorn skin really helps with that. I did like an iridescent chrome on top of black, and it felt like beetles, like an iridescent beetle carapace, and I honestly really loved it. It was so cool. 200 books for you, which is at least 100 from your personal library. Trying to read your own books. I love that. Really should set a similar goal for reading half of my books from my personal collection, or already owned, before 2025 starts. Planning to start a blog in January where each month you focus on classics written in a certain language. Oh, very interesting. Are all the classics written in that certain language, or are you picking a new language each month and talking about different books within the month? So, like, is January going to be French, or are you just going to cover French classics for the year? Also, this is my opportunity to plug the beauty that is Victor Hugo. I have loved him since 4th grade when I read The Hunchback of Notre Dame the first time as a kid. His stuff is so impactful and so powerful. But I am also a crazy person who has read the entirety of the unabridged Les Mis twice. And I've been thinking about rereading it. So I love it. I can't wait to see it. I love me some classics, Faye. So please make sure you share, like DM me or hit me up on Discord or something, because I would definitely read the crap out of that as a longtime classics reader. My goal is to read more of your physical TBR, increase my percentages of read to unread, and complete some series. Love that. I'm always trying to add more series completion into my goals, which is, again, one of the reasons I'm trying to knock this one out before the year ends, because I think it's going to hit my series completion goal for the year. So I fully understand, support, and empathize on that one, Jessica. You're just going ham. Sorry, guys. Just being indecent over here. New language each month, starting with some ancient ones. Excellent. Love that. I studied dead languages in undergrad, so love this energy you're going for. And I can't wait to see this blog. Please make sure to share, because I love classics. I love all the classics. Not all of them. Not actually all of them, but a lot of them. But Voltaire can kiss my ass. I hate everything that he's ever done. He makes me so mad. I have a personal vendetta against Voltaire. Love Victor Hugo. I just reached a point where I can read books in French, so I want to collect his works in the original language. I love that, Faye. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yeah, I never got that far with any, like, active languages. I can get by somewhat passably with French, but not reading Victor Hugo in French. But I love that. Please, oh my gosh. I bet there's some stunning copies of Hugo in French. Oh, so jealous. That's going to be such a fun journey. I can't wait to watch or read. Man, you can't hear her, but she's like open mouth purring. Well, she's just having the time of her life right here with her janky little racing stripe down her back. Okay there, Lilu. Now, somebody earlier was working on a reading journal. Who was it? Are you still here? I need to update my reading journal desperately. I kind of abandoned it when I left to go move in at my parents' house in September. Now that I'm home, I need to get everything back in order, resort out some of my supplies, because I also got advent calendars from both Muchi Bujo, from her Ikigai Papier shop, and from Kat's Planners. She did an advent calendar this year. And I've got all my Sticky Club stickers and my Muchi Bujo Patreon stickers, and I just have to do a complete resort of everything and then start diving in. But I'm so behind, and even though I didn't read as much while I was out, I definitely still read more than I'm willing to just sit down and write down thoughts for after, 3-4 months. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm still going to be journaling for. Like, I'm probably not going to set up any monthlies at this point for all of the past months. It's probably just going to be a collective of the remaining, the rest of 2024. But I think it's probably just going to be like 4 and 5 stars that I'll end up documenting in depth in any way. And then I got to start setting up all of my 2025 spreads, which is gonna I should do that. That should be the first thing that I film. Just to get that done and out of the way while people are still thinking about it. Weirdly, my reading journal content does better than anything else on my channel. Um, I don't know why. The algorithm likes it a lot more, I guess, but that's the thing that gets the most traction. That ambiance that I was playing earlier, the tarot ambiance, is the best performing ambiance on my channel, interestingly enough, too. It's just interesting kind of to think about, like, what worked about this. Why did people like this more? It's not that I'd lean into anything like that, because really this is for me to enjoy and to like what I'm putting out into the universe. But just kind of interesting to see how it how other people engage with what I find enjoyable, right? Um, Jessica was working on her reading journal. Hey, you know what? As long as it functions and makes sense for you, that is all that matters. I have several friends who are looking at starting bullet journals or reading journals right now into the new year, and have seen either pictures or videos of mine and have been like, I want to do it, but I can never do that. I'm no artist. I hate my handwriting. I don't think that I'm the most visually creative person on the planet. And my first bullet journals and reading journals were both more utilitarian than artistic. That came later. It was finding systems that made sense for me, giving me a place to, because I'm a somebody who learns through both hearing and writing. And there's something about pen on paper documenting, journaling, like just putting my thoughts and feelings on paper. I mean, I even prefer taking physical notes to typed notes in meetings, and back when I was still taking classes a million years ago. So there's something about that physical act of writing. So giving myself a, hey, sir, no, sorry, cats. A place to document the things that I wanted to document, to track the things that I wanted to track, finding the systems and the pages and the spreads that worked for me. Everything else kind of came later, and I've been through multiple iterations of my reading journals and bullet journals. Sometimes they've been combined into one, and sometimes they've been separate. It's been a big flow, and once I understood what I needed out of my bullet journal, then everything else kind of came afterwards in terms of being more artistic or collaging. I did a lot more collaging at first, and now I've gained a lot more confidence in doing some drawing in my journal, because I don't think that I'm an artist. So it's been really challenging for me to be more artsy with it, but it didn't start there. And um I keep saying I don't find myself to be an artsy person, but I take great pride in what I am able to create in my journal, if that makes sense. And it's like I said, it's been a whole journey. Wow, I just ranted like crazy. Recently finished your BA in English, major with a French minor. The French really kicked my butt, but you somewhat conquered it. Hey, you completed it, you got that degree, you conquered it, you did your thing. I love it. Yeah, you want to try recapping what you read, so be more intentional about your journal. Absolutely. I think that there's so much to be said about making it the space for you, right? Your intentionality, what you want it to be, and how you want to engage with it. Huh. I think that's a big thing. It's just what you need it to be. I'm sure it is lovely, and if it is serving your purpose, that's the thing that matters, Jessica. But there are definitely some videos about my bullet journal on my channel. The most recent setup video I did a mid-year setup in my bullet journal, in my reading journal, back in the summer when I ran out of pages in my old one, because I don't start a new physical journal every year. I do set up pages for every year, but sometimes if I've got more than half of a physical book left, I'm just going to keep working in that book, right? I'm not going to throw it to the side and get another new shiny notebook and keep going. So sometimes I finish the physical book before the end of the year and I have to reset up. So that's the most recent one. But there are some really amazing folks who do reading bullet journaling. They do much more simple, there's people who do simple spreads, who do really ornate spreads. There's so much content out there. And that has also helped me in understanding, okay, well, I've never considered doing that in my bullet journal, but that's such an interesting idea. Let me try it and see if it works for me. So like in my most recent mid-year setup, I decided to do a DNF graveyard because I've never done one, but instead of it being a graveyard, mine was a UFO abducting cows, and all of the I put all the names in the scene, but I've never done that one before, right? And I didn't even know when I started doing it if I was going to have enough DNFs to ever fill the page. It was just testing, seeing if I liked the idea, that sort of thing. So really the beauty of a bullet journal or a reading journal is that you can make it what you need it to be. And if you abandon something 3 months into the year because it wasn't working for you, oh well, you get to try something else new. It's a sandbox. It's not law. It's not pre-printed. You're not stuck with what somebody else thinks you need to be doing. Was Voltaire mentioned in The Princess Diaries? I genuinely probably haven't watched The Princess Diaries since they came out. I don't have a lot of memory of those movies, but I do remember hating Voltaire with a passion and getting in a fight with one of my best friends in high school because he enjoyed Candide. And I wanted to throw Candide into the fires of Mordor, or in the fires of Mount Doom. So, to each their own. You got to start somewhere, and everybody's journey is going to look different. And as long as it makes sense and works for you, that is the only thing that matters. You don't have to have a ton of supplies. You don't have to have the best supplies. You don't have to have the fancy paper in your journal. As long as it works for you, that is the thing that matters the most. So I'm a big advocate for just trying. It really hurt. Like I feel sad because I hate my handwriting. Like I said, I don't think I'm an artist. And I've had all the same thoughts that I hear from friends who talk about, oh, I've always wanted to start a bullet journal or a reading journal, but I don't like my handwriting. I don't like this. I think that I'm bad at this. And there are years of my reading journal that I never shared with anybody. Probably will never share with anybody, but I had to take those steps. I had to take those first steps and figure out if it was a system that was going to work for me, right? And now I have so much more confidence in what I am doing in my reading journal. I'm getting so much joy out of what I'm doing in my reading journal that I wanted to then share it. And that's the thing that people engage with the most. So if me from pre-pandemic me would have said, oh, I hate my handwriting. This is so stupid. Why am I doing this? I wouldn't be here. And I love my reading journal. And my bullet journal. I don't show my bullet journal because it's got a lot of like work confidential stuff. Although hilariously, I've introduced my entire work team to the Alistair tasking method in bullet journaling, and like half of them are doing it now, which is really fun. So I just like seeing that. Oh yeah, Voltaire is a terrible book. Voltaire is, well, not terrible. I'm sure it was lovely at the time, but Voltaire is written, Candide. Voltaire is the author. Candide was the book. Candide had a lot of, at the current moment, political like jabs and allegories and metaphors all wrapped up in this weird surreal narrative. So if you weren't up on French history of that very particular era and all of the political machinations between parties and countries, it made absolutely no sense. And guess what? High School Me wasn't. And it made no sense. And I don't know why they made me read it. It was just at one point, a man gets eviscerated, like all of his intestines end up outside of him. And then the next chapter, he's getting married. Like it's just all nonsensical. And little Elizabeth was very disturbed and angry by it. That's all I really remember. Okay. I think I have one more sprint in me, probably only a 45-minute one. Does that sound okay for folks, or are we feeling like it's time to go? What do you think? Would anybody stick around for another sprint, or do you want to say so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night? Candide would be brutal in high school. I studied it for my degree and loved it. I hated it in high school. And I think I was a sophomore or a junior when we read this. And I wasn't in like a magnet school. I was in a rural ranching community school. Granted, it was an AP English class, but what? I ugh, still don't understand why they had us read it, but 45 sounds good for a wind down. Jessica's going to leave us. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciated having you here in the chat, and I look forward to seeing you again. Now that life is kind of calming down and I'm resettling back in my own life and my own cadence, I'm hoping to get back into the swing of all of these fun things. So you won't go 4 months without seeing my face again, I hope. Fingers crossed. Okay, I'm going to set us up for the I hate it when they're uneven. We're gonna read until 2 a.m. my time. We're gonna go for 50 minutes because I don't want to make another banner because I'm lazy. Did we like that last ambiance, or did we want to switch back to the other? I also have a lo-fi that I could put on that I made. Thoughts, musings, preferences. We can go back to the garden shed. We can do the tarot again. I can do the sci-fi ambiance. The sci-fi lo-fi. For the first one. I also have this one. Is this even like oh, that one's this one's like jazz and rain. Like one of those oldies from another room vibes. Do we just want the rain? Sorry, guys. I was trying to finish my chapter because it was exciting. I made it to page 128 of Death's End. I spent most of that sprint messing around on Instagram. Not gonna lie. After getting distracted by this quote that I got, where they described future humans as slendered, soft-bodied, as if their bones were made of bananas. That distracted me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I then started just messing around on the interwebs. How did you guys do? Let me know how your books are going. Paperbacks are done, hardbacks tomorrow, and baking cookies as a reward. I think that is a lovely reward. I wish I had cookies. Sounds amazing. Yes, we're still going, but it is the last sprint. Time is an illusion in this week. I'm glad you're here too. Did you have uh another successful day searching for historical romance paperbacks with stepbacks? Inquiring minds want to know if you will have to get a new piece of luggage in order to bring back all the books that you bought in California. Yay! You hit your reading goal for the day. That's awesome, Faye. How were the short stories? Read one chapter and started 2 pages of the next. You're making progress. Chapter by chapter through this book. You made some progress, Sammy. Trying to read as many Ice Planet books as you can before the end of the year. Oh, Catherine. You have me intrigued. Are you already off onto the spin-offs? I am much further behind you because I am waiting for the new editions before I read the original series. So I know I am woefully behind wherever you are, but I'm deeply curious. How is this going for you? Tell me all the details, my friend. Yeah, banana bones. I couldn't. And not only were they banana bones written about originally, but then they were translated, and the translator Ken Liu was like, "Yeah, we're sticking with banana bones." Or whatever was originally described, he was like, "You know what? This sounds like banana bones." So we really this went through so many layers to be banana bones. It's midnight, so you'll probably finish the chapter and go to sleep. So you are West Coast girly then. This is definitely 2:04 here. I just remembered I have to go to a party with a bunch of 70-something-year-olds tomorrow night. And I don't want to, but I didn't go last year, and it's a Christmas tradition. But the thing that has me coughing right now, these people are crazy enough to go chop one down and use it as their Christmas tree every year. So I'm just gonna be stuck in a house with the thing that's already making me cough. I need somebody to tell me to bail. Somebody tell me to bail, please. Thank you. 12 yesterday and none today. But were there ones that you were like, yes, I would love this, but I'm gonna not buy it because I already bought 12 books yesterday? Did you deny yourself the pleasure and the dopamine of books today because of books yesterday? Catherine, don't deny yourself. The short story you read was Mums. Pretty wild. Love some wild. Interesting. Book 32. Are you almost done? How many books are there? Catherine, how many books are there? Sammy, I was just there in October. I had no idea you were a Los Angeles girly. You might be contagious. You don't want to get 70-year-olds like, no, this pollen is so aggressive. Even if you're not allergic to it, you react to it. So it's that time of year. I just got over a cold, was starting to feel better, and then the pollen blew in. I have gotten sick, like sinus infection, bronchitis sick, because of going to the 70-year-old person's party before. That's you aren't feeling well in the mail. I should. I really should. Yeah. We're all very deeply impressed by Catherine. 72. Wait, does this count all of the like little novellas that are getting shoved into the re-release books too? Like, is that part of the 72 count? So that seems insane. I've made fun of people for entering the Sarah J. Maas world for how many books and how many pages are involved in that. But here I am, just fucking around and finding out with Ice Planet Barbarians. Catherine, if you start reading the small town monster smut romance books, if you start reading Haven Ever After, you need to tell me immediately. Because I'm about to keep going down the path of the second series. Oh, wait, the next book in Haven Ever After comes out on Tuesday, and then I have to decide between watching Wicked again because it's for home release or reading the next Haven Ever After book because I think it comes out. Unless I'm crazy. I think it's just a novella though, so I could probably do both. Let me see. I can't remember which one comes first. Slaying the Sylphs comes out in January, so it must be the novella. Yeah, that one's the one that comes on the 31st. Victory for Vampires. A Haven Ever After novella, 131 pages. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Ready for my smutty little small town monsters. You might be contagious. I mean, you got to protect the seniors. If we learned anything during COVID, they're not going to protect themselves. Oh, move to Arizona, hopefully for something fun. I hope that it's for good reasons and exciting reasons. That's a lot, but I would assume they're quick reads. So they are the novellas, but aren't the epilogues. Oh my gosh. Yeah, ice planets are usually really fast. It's one of the things I love about them. She's got 8. I knew about like 3 series. I didn't know there were 8 series. There are 8 series? I'm having a slight existential crisis here, Catherine. The rate that I'm reading these books, I'm never going to finish the series. Am I? I'm going to have to give up on my plot. I mean, how many of the original books, as they are going to be re-released, are there? That's my question right now. So, like, when am I going to be done with the re-release of these original and could then move into the spin-offs? Acquiring minds want to know because I can't quite figure out how the original series is going to get smushed into everything. Thank you. You've already sent me the full list. So 14. So I've already read Taming and Heart, I think. Taming and Touch. So we've got Heart, Hope, Choice, Redemption, and Lady. So there's still 5 more, and they're really only doing like 3 a year. I might have to give up on my plan. Or else I'm never going to finish. Prison Planet Barbarians. Catherine. Oh, those are standalones. Oh no, there's so many more. There's more ice planets. This is color coded. It's not it. Oh. I'm gonna go on this insane journey, aren't I? So they all blend in together. I thought it was just like ice planets. Then it went on to other things, but no, it's definitely like everything's all wibbly wobbly and merged together, I would have been up a creek. See, I knew about Corsair Brothers and the clones, the Corsairs and the clones, but there's two different versions of the Corsairs. So confused. 2 a.m. Elizabeth is very confused. You're gonna like it. I also started I don't remember the name of this series in particular. But one of my books for the Reindeer Readathon was another small town monster smut series, Elderberry Falls, with the orc and the innkeeper. They were very cute. There's only 3 books in this series to date. The next one is the Gargoyle and the Songbird, and then the Minotaur and the Mage. So I'm here for that. Because I just keep starting so many new series. Mostly because of gargoyles. Let's be real. 19 Ice Planet books. My plan seemed like such a good plan at the time. But I'm starting to enter the space where they do start to merge. So I should be able to start branching out and doing more, theoretically. I needed to set those boundaries on myself initially because it compiles everybody into one little segment, so I don't have to go searching for the 16 different novella books, right? But also it slowed me down so that I didn't just power through all 19 of the original Ice Planet books and burn myself out. Like, that's also the worry. If I read too many of one smutty little series in a row, then I'm like, oh, that was terrible by the end. So that was why I did what I did. Oh, the Orc and the Innkeeper. I think it was part of somebody's Stuff Your Kindle Day. Maybe. But it was really cute. I think you'll like it. I liked that orc a lot. Definitely different from the orc in the other small town monster smut romance, but I like them both, just differently. Because they're different men. Okay, and on that note, after talking about some orcs, you've been reading other books interspersed with these two. Yeah, I just originally worried I wasn't going to, but I think I've passed that time in my life now. I think I could do it. But you've made it so far into this series, Catherine. I'm truly and deeply impressed and awed and a little terrified, but mostly awed and amazed. You're an impressive lady. And I'm very grateful to know you and to see this journey. I can't wait to hear the hour-long wrap-up you're going to do on all of these titles. I need to go to sleep. It's 2:15. It's time for Mimi's. But love you guys. I hope you have a great evening. It was so nice to be back and spend some time with you. I promise I won't disappear again for 4 months without prior warning. But I will see you again soon. Have a good night.